Mr. Sinha, co-chair and co-chair on the dais. What I'll try to do is I'll give you a spectrum of activities that BIREC has been promoting in terms of building the ecosystem, helping the knowledge translation from the research institutions to move towards tangible products, technologies that can be commercialized and reach to the society at large for India and for the world. As an enabler, the opportunities that are made available for the ecosystem, that's what I will try and project, and that connects with the biotechnology areas, including the waste management, sanitation, and clean environment. The BIREC, as a Section 8 not-for-profit company, was specifically carved out of Department of Biotechnology under Ministry of Science and Technology, recognizing that something which is closer, which can work at the speed and agility with the nimbleness of industry sector, can be created, needs to be created, so that it is at an arm's length from the typical government machineries and connect the knowledge to industry and industry closer to academia in a way that commercialization activities can be nurtured in the country. So biotech sector, as we all understand, has its own challenges and gestation period, attritions, higher investment, longer patient capital, as well as a lot of complex regulatory and environmental certification environment that needs to be put in place. So somewhere, somebody who can assist people to move into that direction, the technologist, like all of us who are gathered here, we are more driven into the technology development, understanding the nuances of sciences, and building proof of concept from the knowledge that has been generated. But there is a lot more once you want to commercialize the same knowledge and put it into practice. So that's what essentially BIREC does. And it is an enabling agency that empowers and help create knowledge into enterprises, medium scale, as well as large industries in the country. The knowledge created right from the onset, from ideation all the way to product development, passes through several stages. And within each stage, there is a specialized, customized understanding of the requirement, matching up with the, let's say, funding requirements, as well as requirements which it can help, for example, validation, regulatory compliances, design for manufacturing, identifying the raw materials, sourcing it, seeing the go-to-market strategy. So all that basket of activities that gets facilitated through a variety of schemes and programs, which you can see on the left-hand side. The journey from ideation to commercialization and matched up with relevant stage-specific scheme or program and helping the journey forward. So anybody can enter this facilitation cycle wherever the person or the entity is currently at present lying in the value chain. So you can enter the value chain at the ideation stage. If you have already a POC, you can enter at POC level. If you are closer to the market, then you can also look at the market facilitation. And more importantly, this is not mere funding. So it encompasses the entire bouquet of associated activities, which includes mentorship, access to experts, incubation facilities. KIIT Institute, where we are meeting at present, has a large business incubator. So for biotech sector, BioNest Bioincubator has been seeded in the KIIT University, doing fairly well. One of the best incubators in the country. So that incubation, mentorship, as well as opportunities which go beyond funding and in individual capacity that comes along. In the country, if we look at, we would have supported about 1,500, 1,800 entrepreneurs and startups as of today. About 200 plus academic institutions have got benefited. These together have generated a lot of intellectual wealth that has been filed as patents. And more importantly, we are now seeing a culmination of those efforts into products which are already commercialized. And this facilitation is not region specific. We have tried to build and create opportunities that are on competitive grounds, and all these opportunities are available across the country. So wherever person major biotech clusters or tier 1, tier 2, or even tier 3 cities or areas, they can connect, reach out, and avail such opportunities. If you sum it up, so there is an innovation funding, there is product commercialization assistance, there is startup promotion, entrepreneurship development, providing access to risk capital, and all together, if you add up all these elements, that's basically to promote and facilitate an enabling environment where this biotech entrepreneurship ecosystem can grow. So the core activities of BIREC are supplemented with certain national missions, or let's say large missions which become partnerships, specific activities which are both from India as well as from outside. So we have some program management units, Grand Challenges India, National Biopharma Mission, Make in India. These are aligned missions which get facilitated and implemented through BIREC. COVID Suraksha mission, you would have all heard about it in the recent past, just to name it. BIREC came into being in 2012. If you look at the stage of entrepreneurship in the biotech sector at almost like 10 years ago, 2012, and the stage where this ecosystem has evolved over this period of time, you can see is substantial increase in number of biotech enterprises in the country have grown more than 100-fold. The number of bio incubators which specialize, the facilities, understanding of how a biotech enterprise can be nurtured, that has grown substantially from around 6 to about 60 now. Likewise, the number of people seeded or associated with this ecosystem have also grown. And more importantly, we can now have products which are in the market from such enterprises. So that has also grown substantially. We have also started mapping the bioeconomy for the country, and we are seeing year-on-year growth in the bioeconomy despite the COVID pandemic, which hit economies of not only India but all across. But still, we could record about 12.3% year-on-year growth for past 3-4 years. So we are standing today at 70 billion as bioeconomy for the country, and all I think this biotech ecosystem needs to be applauded for that. And the strength of the ecosystem is growing. There is an ambitious target which has been set, and we need to be looking at about twofold of this current bioeconomy to grow to about 150, and making there is a there is a space and there is a opportunity that we can tap and make India as about 100 billion biomanufacturing hub in these next 4 years. For the biotech sector, because it touches, this is an interdisciplinary, cross-functional area, it touches various aspects of the life sciences, be it health tech, agri-tech, industrial bio, clean energy, devices, diagnostics. So the specific requirement for all these subsectors are unique. So you can't have a generalized let's say environment like fintech or IT or e-commerce. You require high-end capex investments, access to specific facilities where you can actually create tangible products, unlike SaaS-based virtual products. So the requirements of the infrastructure are also specific. With through BIREX activities, for example, bioincubation centers or specific infrastructure development that gets facilitated. In 2016, January, Honorable Prime Minister launched the Startup India program. And the target given to BIREX was to set up 50 bioincubation centers by 2020. And in the country, we were anticipating that number of biotech startups would grow to about 2,000. I'm very glad to tell all of you that today we have 60 bioincubation centers across 18 states of the country, including tier 2, tier 3 cities. And this creates such a strong, vibrant network of incubation facilities where entrepreneurs, researchers, scholars, industry, investors, all converge, and that becomes a center for reaching out and connecting to the opportunities. That in an individual capacity, if you are a PI or a scholar or a scientist, you would otherwise be not aware where to go, where what should be the first point of contact. So this bio incubation center has evolved as a very strong, vibrant network. This has a capacity to hold about 1,000 plus physical incubators at any given time. There are now virtual incubators, associate incubators. So the numbers have actually, which have been facilitated, is much larger. All of these, just like you work with the technologies, knowledge creation. So there are more than 1,000 patents that have been filed through this network, and 600 plus products which have gone into now deployment. So that's a substantial outcome, and I think all of us are really. This is the proof of the pudding. Actually, you can actually have the tangible outcome rather than something that you would do and would culminate into results. Here, the investments, efforts that have been done over past 10 years, 2012 onwards, this is the time more number of startups, more number of products are actually maturing and getting into now deployment. Each year we have started the product launch activity. So at BIREX annual days or annual events like Innovators Meet or Foundation Day, so that has become a regular feature, and we are launching about 10 to 15 products almost like every year. And within the incubator network, you would have noticed that KIIT itself has launched new products, and that's a cycle. And this is now growing in numbers, both in terms of quantities as well as qualities. There's an ignition grant, which we called it as Biotech Ignition Grant, one of the flagship programs of BIREX. It gives you an access to 50 lakh rupees that you can build your idea into a proof of concept over a period of 18 months. So with the one program itself, we have now 650 plus uh, BIG grantees, awardees who are encouraged to set up their own enterprises. And this includes many women founders, co-founders, creation of an intellectual property pool, and connecting this network of peers who share their knowledge, their journeys, and encourage more people to come on the same on that path. This is a national level competitive grant, so you can imagine 10 folds of that number of grantees would be applying for such a grant, and that creates a chain of activities, and there are more number of aspirants wanting to come on board for this. We recognize that the knowledge gets generated in the academic institutions. The industry is more keen to manufacture, commercialize aspects, and they have an R&D development expertise, which works with the knowledge that is already available, whereas academia primarily works for the knowledge for the future. Somewhere in between, they have not come together as one would have imagined or liked, but this startup ecosystem has beautifully seeded in between and kind of bridged this gap. So the knowledge which gets generated, which remain isolated and idle in the academia sector, this gets converged for development through this corridor or through this instrument called startup ecosystem, and moves into deployment in the industry, for the industry, with the strength of the industry for commercialization. Year on year, we are seeing about 800, 900 startups getting seeded. Even in the COVID days, we still got, we had 800 plus new startups seeded in the biotech sector. So it's substantial in many ways. And these numbers, as I said, these are expected to grow. So today we have 5,000 plus startups in the biotech startups in the country, and we are looking that these numbers would swell to about 10,000 around 2025. And so is the ecosystem also needs to respond to that and build to an extent that that it can cater to the 10,000 biotech startup at a given time in the country. The graph on the left side reflects the evangelization impact, number of proposals for that are being received by BIRAC to avail such opportunities. So this comes from all across the country. So in a way, this is a reflection of BIRAC being able to inculcate a culture of entrepreneurship in the biotech sector across the country. And this is growing as we speak. Year on year, these numbers go up. This is a snapshot which tells you that opportunity in terms of funding scales from, just like I told you, about 50 lakh for under one scheme at an ideation level. As you move, as you grow, so about 7 crore per startup can be availed under one of the schemes called ACE. And there are opportunities like BIPP, for example. This has no ceiling. Even a large industry wants to get facilitated, let's say for phase 3 clinical trial. So they can come forward and we can work with them in co-funding model. For faculty entrepreneurship, there is a dedicated scheme called PACE CRS, and that facilitates technologies for proof of concept at the academia level. We have also moved and built an environment where private equity can come and be mobilized for the biotech sector. Fund of Funds is one such scheme where we participate with the venture funds as minor co-investors, and that mobilizes private equity investment commitment into the ecosystem. BioAngels is a platform where large number of angels, VCs, and HNIs have been facilitated to commit and come forward. I will give you just a snapshot. I think all the information regarding schemes and guidelines you can find at PIREX website. But these are opportunities that are made available so that industry, if there is technology which needs validation or technology which has already gained strength, there is already validation, but it needs to go into large scale deployment. So SIBRI, BIPP are such schemes, and there are large number of beneficiaries of both of these schemes, connecting smaller companies which have passed the POC stage and towards validation, or like BIPP, as I said, uh, risk capital for phase 1, phase 2, or even phase 3 clinical trials. Pace is, since we are more people are here which are representing different institutions. If the faculty entrepreneurship is something in your mind that while pursuing the research career, you still want to get into an entrepreneurship aspect as well. So your knowledge can get disseminated through this particular scheme, and you can avail the advantage. And perhaps your students, your lab members who would like to take some added risk, they can initiate or seed a company basis your knowledge, and then they can avail even more number of opportunities through different pilot schemes. Sparsh is a dedicated effort to promote social innovation, where I think KIIT also has a social innovation center called Sparsh. Likewise, there are 16 Sparsh centers in and around or across the BioNest incubators. These are so initial phases of the fundings are largely grant in aid. As the startups or the industry matures, we have provisions for equity-based funding, both through BIREC as well as mobilizing private equity. Don't look at all the numbers here. This slide was essentially put up just to tell you that startups who have availed equity facilitation, let's say through seed or lead, say 100 startups, if you can see 71 supported by seed fund and 22 supported through the lead fund. Put together, about 100 startups have been able to generate 250 crore as a follow-on funding. And with the seed and lead, you get about 30 lakh rupees per startup for seed and 1 crore per startup under the lead. So imagine about 5 to 8 times there is a follow-on funding that startup have been able to generate. And similarly, their valuations have also significantly enhanced once they get into that path. So that's an encouraging trend that we've been seeing, and these are opportunities that are getting reflected not in 1 or 2 cases, but there are large numbers which are moving up. PIREC being a government of India enterprise, so we have a unique advantage that we can connect with both public as well as private sector, ministries, departments, states, governments, G2G collaborations, investors, regulators, so all the possible stakeholders. So this strategic partners are basically empowering the ecosystem, and each of this strength is made available to an individual entrepreneur or an individual startup. So entire basket of opportunity becomes accessible to the grantees. and those who get connected with the ecosystem. There's large emphasis on the mentoring and high-end skill development as we move forward. Along with that, the go-to-market strategy, business connects, and business orientation for the technology to move up. We recognize that unless our proposition, value proposition has competence that it can compete in market with the existing solutions, the particular solution of a startup may not be viable in terms of commercialization. So competence as well as ability to compete with current market competition as and future market competition. Products that can come into India directly without getting manufactured here. So our solutions should be able to compete with those solutions. So the understanding of the national as well as international market intelligence is essential, and that orientation is also built into the facilities that get created. We have created platforms like Global Bio India, where entire biotech ecosystem strength can be showcased not only for India but for the world at large. So Global Bio India, 2 editions have happened, 2019 to 2021, where typically about 40 plus countries participate. So that's a large platform at the national level where individual researcher, scholar, scientist, startup, company can connect at the for business meetings. Some examples of startups which are now moved up into the value chain and generating revenues, and they are growing year on year. This spreads across different fields: pharma, biopharma, health, agri, some in first in class as well, which are far more challenging, where the entry barrier is much higher. So we are seeing some examples in that direction too. I would encourage anybody interested to also visit e-portal, which is called biotech-solutions.com. So this reflects the commercialized solutions which have gone into market supported through such endeavors, and also about 150 of them are already there. This portal is getting populated with more and more entries and gets dynamically updated for that matter. And you can search it based on any therapeutic area. Those that would be information would be available. For to boost the manufacturing sector for startups as well as medium scale companies, or specific capex investment for developing the capacities, certain biotherapeutic facilities have also been supported and seeded across the country, and that has come very handy in when we were dealing with the COVID pandemic, both for therapeutic vaccine manufacturing, therapeutics, as well as diagnostics build-up. So this is an example of facilitation for the medtech facility at Andhra Pradesh Medical Technology Zone. Some startups, some enterprises supported. Now they are seeding their own manufacturing unit, and there are some examples which have originated from KIIT Bionest incubator as well. Some are, we were just talking about Huvel. They are inaugurating their diagnostic facility, manufacturing facility on Tuesday, coming 15th in Hyderabad. So there are quite a few interesting and inspiring evidences as well as stories that are available. For COVID Suraksha Mission and the COVID Consortium, we supported large number of vaccine candidates for the country, both for augmenting their production as well as their design development as well as clinical trials. The strength of the ecosystem, probably I have this one or two last slides, I'll stop after this. The strength of the ecosystem was reflected very substantially when we faced this sudden pandemic challenge, because there was an underlying strength in the ecosystem. So we could quickly see convergence and pivoting of that knowledge and that environment. We could see diagnostic kits populating, and we could see made in India, a complete transformation of the diagnostic kits from imported to made in India, the cost competence, the thermal scanners, the PPE kits, the N95 mask, and a breadth of supported uh, medtech devices which would allow and empower the healthcare delivery, even for remote settings or step-down ICUs. Because we had an ecosystem which was thriving, we could quickly reflect back and respond to that. So this is, yeah. I think the next level, what we are seeing is that we have now incubation centers, 60 of them in the country. We have a large number of startups in the country. There's a very robust pipeline of the entrepreneurs which is also present, and which is a country which would be sustained. We are now looking at the next level gap, which is once you move out from, let's say, a research institution or an incubation center, where would you actually validate, manufacture your technologies? So the space for beyond POC, that is POC to pilot and pilot to manufacturing, that is a large gap in the ecosystem. So technology clusters are an instrument which aims to fill in that gap, and these would be large scale capex investments which would become common access facilities where startups, SMEs can walk in with their knowledge and raw material and walk out with their product in the hand. Uh, yeah, so I think I will end here. As I said, the ecosystem is well poised to grow, and by next 5 years, we are anticipating the bioeconomy to scale to about twofold, and this biotech entrepreneurial ecosystem is expected to contribute in a cascading manner, multiplier manner to India's economy, overall India's economy, and biotech sector has been recognized as a sunshine sector, uh, and has attained this priority. And there's a lot that is expected, and it can deliver as well. So, any information regarding specific schemes, programs, opportunities for BIREC, I would encourage BIREC website can be visited. If you visit, follow us on Twitter. It's fairly updated, and you also get to listen and get to know more about the opportunities which are dynamic. I'll stop here. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Nice vision of biotech India in the last 10 years. And I have some questions, but I will first I will give the opportunity to audience to ask questions.
So anybody who has a question, you can raise your hand and we'll pass on the mic. Any participants who are joining through online platform? You can raise your hands. We'll take your questions, or you can post it in the chat here. No questions as such. Yeah, maybe we can take it in the next discussion. So thank you, Dr. Devan, for your very elaborate session.
Suppose that one person for entrepreneur is there, you want to start up, do a startup, and how much time does it take to make this project and give your business?
Provides all opportunities for funding are basically on competitive drugs or competitive, let's say, based. But these are open at national. So programs that are open up at national levels typically get large number of proposals, and what we get slightly longer answers so that everybody can understand. So we typically do is we do not internally take decisions that this proposal is good, this can be granted, this can be prioritized. So we take help of the representation from the stakeholders, experts, domain experts, subject matter experts, as well as industry, investors, they come on board, help us make that decision. There are due diligences also that particular person who is applied falls under the eligibility criteria. There are typically 2, 3 tiered process of selection. That was very intense, online, hybrid, physical interaction. Typically, for example, for the biotech division now, we get 1,000 applications for one. We would spend about 150 days as a turnaround cycle from the last date of the application to the decision made whether the person has been granted or not. Further due diligence or monitoring and disbursement of the funds that we receive. Let's see if we compare with the international agencies. International agencies, international ecosystems, this would range about 10 months to 12 months period for that. Personally, I would like that this should become much faster because if you keep doing your idea for 10 months or 5 months, it loses its its value and competition is very high across. Somebody else might also be taking the same direction. So efforts are that we can speed up things. But I think somewhere we found that the 5 months is kind of becoming minimum bottleneck. The schemes, for example, which I mentioned, those are shorter because you already see the day starter. And in those schemes, the decision making is at one end only, and those are faster. So you can anticipate an outcome of the interaction in about 30 days, 45 days. During the COVID, so that's another example. In the COVID days, we realized that COVID was an immediate requirement. And we created a provision that we could evaluate a submission within 48 hours of submission. So we created a fast track mechanism, and in there, the community could meet as frequently as possible, as was the flow of applications. And we made decisions within a week's time. So we complete answer, but recognizing the requirements and the nuances of making a decision at the national level using public funding comes with a lot of baggage also. So some limitations, but the intention is that the end user applicant must gain from this provision.
Yeah, first introduce and then ask a question.
Can we have a question?
Hello, Dr. Diwan. It was a nice talk. I'm Arnold from KIIT. I work as CSIR-Institute. So, since you talked about companies a lot and like startups, like there is a general tendency among most of the startups that they are not able to cover the value of it. Most of them like after their initiative. So, what does buyer ensure to keep a startup or keep a company active? Like, are there some provisions like that, or depends on the market need?
So, I think let me clarify, there are several value of debts in a startup. So, the provisions that were shared, those are to address those gaps of the value of debt. If there is a basis on that, if a startup can compete to avail such opportunities, they can eventually outcompete their competition and move ahead. Cost increasing that. I think the onus is on the startup. Onus is on the founder team. If they believe and they are passionate for the value proposition for which they are working on, if they think that it has life, it can compete in the market, then only that startup or that journey is meaningful. Just mere sustenance to survive, I think that is the target. The moment a startup recognizes that the product will not have its feet when it reaches the market, there will be no buyer or a very limited market capacity. So I think we should be just like industry. Industry also follows the same principle. If out of 10 programs which are initiated at an R&D stage, let's say 7 of them fail, so they do not pursue that, and they reprioritize those resources to next set of projects and only make 3 forward. You see from the, let's say, clinical trials outcome. So not everything which has gone for clinical development would eventually reach to market. So this is the inherent nature of R&D, of the discovery development. For one startup, it's one product or one portfolio. So within that portfolio, if we are able to prioritize and reprioritize as we move along, that there's an inherent efficiency here that.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Diwan.
Thank you, Professor Ahmed and Dr. Subaya for your comments and for all our questions today. Moving on with the next keynote talk that will be delivered by Dr. Kali Sanjay. I would invite Sir for his presentation. Dr. Kali Sanjay is associated with CSIR-IMMT as a chief scientist. He has over 27 years of experience in the field of extractive metallurgy, specifically in process flow sheet development. Additionally, he has been working as a professor, Faculty of Engineering Sciences at CSIR-IMMT. He has been leading various strategic, industrial, government, and CSIR projects at CSIR-IMMT, and we welcome you, sir, for your presentation.
Good afternoon. It's a very interesting talk, Manish, because in R&D we have issues of connecting the industries, and then first I have to congratulate, and I thank Nisa for giving me this opportunity. I am completely converting into from bio to minerals, so that to this topic of the coal fly ash, a metallurgical resource, has been selected. owing to the context of the conference. And I just want to just tell briefly that we at CSIR-IMT Hydro and Electrometallurgy Department, we basically use the low-grade ores, secondary resources as an input materials, and we produce the final products which are as good as the products that are produced from primary resources. So there is no compromise in the quality of the products, but we use the low-grade ores or off-grade ores or secondary resources as an input material. So this offers a lot of challenges because we will be competing with a high-grade ores, and therefore there is an issue of the techno-economics. However, the hydrometallurgical unit operations allows us, because of there is a baggage for disposal of these materials which are otherwise have been produced by industries, and they already squeeze the profit. So there is a negative value, and they also come at a substantial discounted prices, and therefore many of these processes have been commercially taken into next level. So what we do at IMT, basically we develop the process know-how. We have a support for bench scale, pilot scale studies. We prepare the pre-feasibility reports and offer the basic engineering, detailed engineering process packages. And we also support in erection, commissioning, training. And basically, if you can see that we offer 20 solutions for metallurgical plants. Now, coming to the topic today, so the fly ash is a known topic, and there is no need for any introduction, but just to start with, so these are the data that I collected from CA, Ministry of Power. Now, this is the first half period of 2020-21. So you are expected to have double the distance. This also has a COVID influence, and therefore there was a lesser fly ash generation in the country in the last year. However, as you can see that there out of 84 million tons of coal fly ash that has been produced in the yearly report, half yearly in the coal-based power plants, we have about 21% reported unutilized. Now, there are several technologies which are good in terms of return on investment or the volumes of the utility. But however, fly ash, a kind of a large generation, requires multiple opportunities and technologies to fill in the gap of the production versus utilizations. And therefore, one of the area on which we have been working is whether it can be looked as a metallurgical resource. That means we are not going to use the fly ash as it is as a filler material for making roads or this thing. So we are going to break it. So once we want to break already a so-called residue and a thing which is to be disposed of, and you are going to end up in much more bigger problems because you might be generating a further effluents and the raw materials which will be further disposed. So having said this one, so I also want to just take you to the note that it has certain content of metal values, and it varies depending on the fly ash where it comes from. And the fly ash comes from different coals, and coals are basically comes from different regions, and therefore you are expected to have a different levels of concentrations in the fly ash depending on the where it comes from the coal. So we work with the NALCO, and we have developed a process flow sheet. Basically, what we understand the scenario of Indian fly ash, if it has to be considered as a metallurgical resources, one, we cannot be competing even with the people like who are doing in China, because China and Indian strategies are different as far as this type of resources is concerned, because China do not have bauxite, but their fly ash contains about 35 to 45% of alumina. Therefore, it could be a good option for the aluminum. But India has enough bauxite, and what is the alumina content in Indian coal fly ash is about 25%. So therefore, we can't be having the same strategy as China is doing and going for pilot scale. And second, as I already mentioned, that we are touching a fly ash. If you're breaking in and getting a 25% of alumina extracted, you need to address the 75% of the material that is to be disposed of. And therefore, we looked into the holistic approach. By quotes and unquotes, I call it holistic approach. Even if we have a very low concentrated minerals in the solution and which are expensive, like You talk about the gold, silver comes from copper refinery industries. So you have a copper concentrate and then copper impure, which is 99% refined, and you start producing the tellurium, selenium, and PGP. So there is a holistic approach is that you take the major mass, though it is cheap, concentrate the valuable products into the smaller fractions. And then you find at one point of the time, you will be able to process it as a techno-economically feasible way. But you can't be talking about producing a 0.00% gold from a very large content, exclusively focusing on that gold portion itself, because you'll be ending up in a large quantity of waste materials, which will make it completely techno-economically not feasible. So I just gave it data, but I just want to focus on the Indian context. Indian context, you have the silica content about 60%. Alumina is about 25%. You have 4 to 6% of iron and a wide variety of rare earths, titanium. Everything is there in the Indian fly ash. So if we have to talk about the fly ash utilization, we need to first target the major component, that is the silica. Silica is available in fly ash in two forms. One amorphous form, which is about 50%, and rest next 50% is next 50% is in crystalline form. Therefore, we first wanted to address the silica. First, what we did here is we attacked the amorphous form. We brought the alumina into the solution. The product was sodium silicate. It can be utilized as a product. However, because we want to cut down the chemicals, what we did is we used another chemical and precipitated a solid called calcium silicate, and therefore regenerated the sodium hydroxide. We used one chemical called sodium hydroxide at this point. So we are using a product, make it into solution, use another chemical, produce regenerated, the chemical that is required for the previous one. Then we have a sulfation roasting where we use sulfuric acid and brought the alumina and iron values into the solution, and there is always a residue. So when we are talking about a process, we have a junk material, we want a pure form of a material, we'll be having the impure form. So we have impure quartz, which is containing whatever non-soluble content present in that one, but it was 98% pure quartz bearing solution solid. And when we got the solution, it was about the iron and then alumina we separated out, and then whatever the impurities have been concentrated in the iron hydroxide. So we have a patent with this, and I'm just flashing you that metallurgical grade, we have a huge demand. However, the chemical grade that we have also produced as a demand too. And we're also looking for now conversion into the metallurgical grade. But as you can see, as you go to the quality, your volumes will go down, the price will go up. So balancing a techno-economics also doesn't mean that you produce one product. You can produce a smaller volume of high value product, balance it with volumes, because you start producing the very high-end product and you do not have the volumes, and you will be spending too much of resources for producing it. So you need to balance about that, what is the end products. And as I said, calcium was coming out as a part of the calcium silicate. And what we said is that what are we going to do? So we did started utilizing it. As you can see that it is replacing all these boards and all with earlier other materials with calcium silicate. Now we also made the crockery, we made the wall tiles. We also use the impure quartz that is coming out to make the building materials glass. These are the glass components which we made, which are as good as any building material. The problem here is we can't make a very transparent glass because there is some part of alumina which is trapped as a alpha alumina, which cannot be leached in the first cycle that what we're doing. And we can't expect more than 1.5% of alumina in the silica content when you make the glass. Otherwise, you will have opacity. And if you have opacity and you want to clean it up with a higher cost, better stop it and go for other applications like float glass or a building glass. That's what we did. So we have consumed at the stage the 60% of silica. Then came, because our idea was Nalco being an aluminum company, they wanted to do aluminum. Of course, we are going to get the aluminum at the end. But before we we started taking out the products rather than targeting the targeted aluminum. Here we got the aluminum hydroxide as impure form, 98%, even it goes to the pigment grade. So we have a marketable product of iron coming out. But interesting part, what we have found is that if we start taking REs, this is the Nalcos REs. You can see the scandium is the costliest one. That's why I highlighted it. Money comes from scandium. Then I have given the bottom part where it shows in 2016 feasibility report, 409 scandium is feasible technology from mining high pressure leaching to recovery. So we have a situation here where 15 ppm of scandium gets 10 times upgraded. And instead of talking about 1 ton fly ash, you start working with 65 kgs of iron hydroxide, which is small material, no need to mine. It's already in a very bearing material, easily leachable, and you start extracting. So that gave a area where you need to concentrate the costly ones into smaller compositions, and therefore we do it. So then when we started working on, we had this Nalco fly ash having 480. This is a value 453 ppm, which has enhanced to 3000 ppm. Whereas if you see, go to other fly ash plants like the lignite-based plants. This is not my work, but this is the BRC's work in 2020 published. You have very high values and scandium. So that means we may be having a situation where, as per Australian report, 400 ppm is feasible from mining to metallurgy. But we will be having more than 400 of scandium possibly in one of these lignite. So this this process was tested, demonstrated, just to, I'm showing the pictures. And as I said, I intentionally mentioned that we have used, we are taking care of this one, all the mass. So complete mass was utilized. So half, we made into 4 parts, we took taken care. But I used 2 chemicals other than the calcium silicate, where I used another chemical, calcium oxide, to precipitate out, but for regeneration. So 2 chemicals have been used. So effluent has to be generated. So if I'm talking about the disposal of solid, I need to address the disposal of fluid. Otherwise, no power plant will be taking out or seeing about the process. Therefore, we have been working with the heavy water board to develop a technology, because 1 ton of uranium produces 60 tons, 40 tons of sodium sulfate. So sodium sulfate is a byproduct. It's not a very, as a hazardous, but it's going to cause a nuisance because it's a salt. So you can't put it on outside, it gets dissolved. So they evaporate and keep it. So this problem is there in any hydrometallurgical plant. So we have been working with the heavy water board, where we split the sodium sulfate to back into sulfuric acid and the sodium hydroxide. This process has been already tested in Manipuru, and then we are working on with the thermal power plant, taking that 4 rupees 50 paisa, which is their power generation. It would be like 25 rupees is the cost of sodium hydroxide, whereas they buy at 45 rupees sodium hydroxide. So integrating this process, because fly ash is produced at thermal power plant, and the power is only the cheapest thing, not the chemicals. So we need to generate the chemicals using the cheaper power right at the power plant, and then we need to make it to the zero propensity. So that's the whole idea. So we have demonstrated this one, and instead of working and fighting within the R&D scales, we thought, go in the public domain and see whether we will stand. So we competed in the NTPC Grand Fly Ash Utilization Challenge 2019, out in 1800 and odd. We have been selected as one of the best, this one, and we got an award where our Minister, Honorable Minister R.K. Singh, was awarding us the NTPC award for Grand Fly Ash Utilization Challenge of 2019. So in concluding remarks, no standalone process can be addressing, no single technology can addressing the huge volumes of generation of fly ash. A lot of technologies have to come into the picture. The ROS may be different, but you need to see the volumes where they go in. You can't make everything into bricks, because bricks can't go that much of volume. You can't use everything in cement. So you need multiple opportunities where different kind of things. So metallurgical industries could be one of. And while doing so, we have to also look into it. Incidentally, Niti Aayog has selected this process for upscaling, and they are going for recovery of RES as part of, this is not mine, but it's a recommendation of committee formed by Niti Aayog on rare earths recovery, indigenous Atmanirbhar. So this is process has been selected. So our whole idea here is that we can solve the problems of waste as good as old and as good as fly ash, but we can also look into some very challenging tasks and interesting things. Thank you very much for this opportunity. And I want to thank NISA, BCKIC, KIIT, Mrityunjay, and Prashantji, NALCO, CSIR for the funding, director, and the financial. Thank you.
So, good one. I think learn a lot today from you. First time I'm hearing you. One thing, look at the ROI, it's good for your scientist and IC and yes, I'm talking about ROI concept. Now, two things. One, 5 years, now very big produce. Now, the loading in 2 days, breaks, put in the cement. Now, next one is bringing technology driven products, which is like recovering metals and all. So these processes are quite, what do you call it, environment friendly, or will be even more dangerous than dumping on your fly essences? Because I don't have knowledge.
Yeah. I just can get 2 answers. That's what I said, that when I'm going to talk about this as a resource, and I'm very careful that I'm not producing any solid waste, zero solid waste process. It's basically breaking the fly ash into 2 components, which all the things goes into the market. That's chemicals is only one effluent. We use only 2 chemicals, sodium hydroxide, sulfuric acid, period. So we have a technology which can reverse this, producing acid and sodium hydroxide. If I buy from the market sodium hydroxide today, I have to buy at 45 rupees a kg. So our salt splitting technology makes sodium hydroxide from effluent, because Uranium Corporation have a low concentration, 15%. So from there, if I calculate it, 15% sodium sulfate, we were producing 25% at a cost of 25. So Manuguru will stop buying this one. So we have a process. We are aiming for zero effluent and complete utilization. And ROI is good. When the REs comes, that's where the money. Pardon? I didn't get it.
How do we manage it?
No, that's what I said. That I'm not saying that my technology or our technology is better than. I'm very careful. There are technologies which will give 25% ROI. Fine. What's the volume? If one technology can fill all the gap and then takes away, we don't need other technologies. The businessman has no interest. He has only interest on return on investment. Period. So now he has a process which gives a good ROI, but the volumes of market is not taking. So his price will crash, and automatically ROIs comes. So it all comes down to return on investment. But however, so there is a large gap in the volumes that have to be utilized, and there need to be openings where it can be used, like cement has opened up. Even Budget Paints was competing in this competition. I was listening from them. They were using it as a filler material in your paints. The pesticides industries have started using. So there are many ways you need to fill it. So one particular thing cannot be expanded infinitely. That's what I mean. Thank you. Yeah. Scandium, we have about my data, our data as of now, it's not a pilot plant data, but bench scale data, whatever we have done. It's talking about, we're talking about 50% of total recovery with 10 times upgradation. But it is all trapped in iron hydroxide. The problem why we went to NITI Aayog and NITI Aayog is supporting us to go for pilot plant is that until unless, because we are taking 1 ton, we'll get 65 kgs. We have 200 grams. To do the research downstream, I need to have a 1 ton per. I need a sufficient raw material of iron hydroxide. That's what I was talking to Saraswati. You have to give me the pilot. So it's going on. NTPC is going to support us, or no, we don't. But It's pilot plant, and then we start recovering, and I can answer your number exactly. Because I can tell you up to this point, we have if 100% from fly ash to the iron hydroxide, anywhere between 70% to 50%. From there, once we extract RS, total what is? So it will be yeah, that way we are also going with BCKIC, and shortly I hope where there is another technology, because the problem here is these are they are load bearing tiles, so you can't move more than 20% of that. That's the one issue. The bricks and all have, because they're strength bound. Now we are talking about this kind of this thing where you have wear resistant water, less strength, but you have you can go up to 16 to 75%, but not there. So we are also going to have a project. We have already done it in BCKIC. Probably we will be able to put up a plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kali, for one more question. Yes, sir, please.
Yeah. Yes.
And what technologies we are using shop is so and when it is which are doing it, what are the new technologies we are working on to stop or in generation or in doing the this generation of this virus? And my second question is, when it goes to landfill, the impact which so what are the solutions we can?
Yeah. So I don't take ownership of the environmental. I'm an engineer, so we do the processing. But I can just add, try to answer your question, which is not an exclusive, or I'm taking somebody's favor. The idea here is that I am a metallurgist. I'm trying to extract. I'm taking an environmental problem. I'm not going to create any more problem. But you are going beyond that one. So, but still, I would like to ask, answer certain questions that you are raising. There are different types of ash generation. One, the fly ash, which is fly type. So it's the risky one because it goes into the environment. It flies off. So maintaining those fine particles is difficult. That's the reason why the government of India said you don't need to don't pond it anymore. So you first address it, right? So you have under bag one, electrostatic precipitator is what you're capturing. There is a bottom ash. And everything is ponded ash. Ponded ash is already been there. It is a combination of bottom ash and the fly ash, which has been ponded for the whole time, and then it has been kept in the wet condition. Now, this technology that basically acid that we are developing will use fly ash, bottom ash, and pond ash. So there is no significant difference in as far as making of tile systems. But for metallurgy, as I showed, that's a very sensitive. When it is going through a pond ash or aging, its phase changes. We have done a very huge project in Australia where the whole of sulfides have become monoxide because of weathering. When 2004, there was Mount Isa. So there were the samples were sent sulfide, but 10 years down and when they opened it, it was in dump leaching. So weathering takes place. So the certain processes, our process, we are not claiming that it will work for bottom ash or pond ash at this point of the time. It is for fly ash, but there are other technologies which are not aware, but sure there are enough technologies are being developed to answer those your queries, how to handle those other things. So this fly ash part is the only matter. Thank you. Hazardous in the sense it is because it flies if you don't maintain it, and then the particulate matter goes up in the air. That's what is happening in Delhi. That's what is happening in Chandigarh. We got struck up in Chandigarh for 4 days when we were coming from Manali. Because it was so air, no flight. All the flights were cancelled. I don't know why our flight actually landed up Manali to Chandigarh. Yeah. It's not a hazardous weight. It's going to create nuisance. That's what I'm saying. So they we have tests done in BRC also. There a lot of people have an idea that it has a lot of radioactivity. I don't know, nothing. But at least we have a certificate. Yeah, he is showing interest to find, but this is not. Maybe we'll talk later. The fly ash is a sintered product which is coming at a very high temperature. So we have to remember that it doesn't get easily, because if it can be easily broken, we would not have been having a patented and all this process. It's not easy to break out. Minerals just come out. They are natural, very sintered, high temperature. Very stable. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your detailed and elaborate presentation. So this was the last keynote talk of our first technical session of the day. Before we close the session, I would request Professor Ahmed and Dr. Subaya for felicitating our keynote speakers today. I would invite Dr. Diwan on the stage. I would request Professor Ahmed and Dr. Subaya to felicitate our next keynote speaker for the technical session, Dr. Kali Sanjay. To felicitate our chairperson and co-chairperson for the session, I would invite Professor Ritunjay and Dr. Prashant Singh. So we'll close the session here and we'll break for lunch. We'll start the session, the second technical session again at 2:30. Thank you, everyone.
Hello everyone, welcome back after the lunch. So we are moving ahead with the second technical session of the day. So I would like to invite Dr. Kali Sanjay sir. We have heard him as a keynote speaker on the topic coal fly ash metallurgical resource. Welcome you sir to the dais as a chairperson of the session. I'd like to welcome Dr. Sanjay Singh Rathore sir also. Sir, I'd like to welcome you as a co-chairperson of the session, sir. Dr. Sanjay is currently working as a principal scientist at ICIR-IARI. His field of specialization includes IFS agronomy for oilseed crops, irrigation management, and crop diversification. He has completed his MSc from CSIR University of Agri-Sciences and Technologies, Kanpur, and his PhD from IIR New Delhi. He has received numerous national awards for his work and published over 30 plus papers in the reputed national and international journals. I'd like to welcome you, sir, on the dais. Next, I would like to invite our first keynote speaker of the session, Dr. C. Kesava Rao. Welcome you, sir, on the dais. Dr. Rao earned his PhD in 1993 from Sri Krishna Devara University, Andhra Pradesh. He is associated with NMDC Limited as Deputy General Manager, Hydrometallurgy. He undertakes process development research in hydrometallurgy and nanotechnology at laboratory and pilot plant levels. He has been involved in collaborative research programs with NCCBM, Bulkar, Moscow University of Steel Alloys and Alloys, and for setting up facilities for preparation of nanocrystalline iron powder from grade 1 glueless concrete. With this, I welcome you, sir, as the first keynote speaker. Sir will be talking about the role of metallurgy in mines waste management. Over to you, sir.
Thank you for today's chair, Dr. Sanjay, and participants of this today's conference. So I think very difficult to manage this talk, deliver the lecture today because of after lunch it is grabbing the attentions of audience is very difficult. I am a bit nervous about this one. And people are maintaining well COVID. That means scattered everywhere, not close to each other. They are well maintained for the COVID regulations. So, okay, at my level best, I will grab the attention of few people of audience in this conference. So, today's I would like to talk on the role of hydrometallurgy in the mines waste management. Particularly, hydrometallurgy is the one of the tool for extracting the value-added products from the mines or any waste products, e-waste, mines waste, any products, solid waste. So, I am heading this hydrometallurgy division in the R&D Center of NMDC Hyderabad. And also, we are concentrated on our mines waste generations, and we have developed so many products. I would like to share what type of product we have developed from our mines waste one by one. So I am not going to deep on how the waste generation takes place in the India and world scenario, but so many waste generation takes place in mining. So in coal mines and power generators of this, just like Dr. Sanjay has given the fly ash. In our mines, actually industry is facing three types of problems. For sustainability of getting the profit, because of energy efficiency you should have for a main role for the industry profit making. And nowadays the energy is very costly, and you should develop the green energy and for this overcome of this problem. And also we are having a lot of problems for getting the license from the environmental department for mining and other issues. So these are some of the problems, and especially as a NMDC, National Mineral Development Corporation person, so mineral industry is having so many challenges, and we are having opportunity also for overcome these challenges. Mainly economic accepts poor quality of ROM because of here resource of iron ore is different places of India we are having, but high grade of iron ore only few places we can find in India, especially in Chhattisgarh and Karnataka region. So like that, in the poor quality of ROM materials, with this economically not viable for the exploration of different types of minerals from the mines. And we are getting low-grade ores also. That low-grade ores and the tailings of the mines, how to utilize and how to develop the valued product from this mines waste or low-grade ores. So in this, we are concentrated. Our R&D center and NMDC have done a lot of work extensively. So I will. So these are the activities you can overcome with this type of problems in the industry. So I will go through fastly quick. There's a mining waste, and we can call as a overburden fines, lean ores, low-grade ores, saturation zone materials, dumps, and fines. These are some of the mining waste we are getting in India and world also. And processing waste also are coming from these mines. One is tailings. For that, we are constructing the tailing dams also. And super fines, that is very difficult to handle that super fines. And slimes, metallurgical waste is also in the process we are getting. And chemical waste also getting from this processing waste. And also we are having so many sludges and slags. That is from the steel industry, we are getting SMS slag, blast furnace slag, like that. So many slags are coming as a waste you can call. So in India, I can see at a glance that iron ore industry getting 20 to 30% of waste generation in yearly. So these are the same different types of mines generating this mines waste. So you can see these diamond mines. Actually, NMDC is having diamond mines at Panna. So there we are exploring 80,000 carats of diamonds per annum. There, for every 2 grams of diamonds, you can imagine that 100 tons of waste generation will take place. That means a huge quantity of waste generation takes place at our Panna diamond mines near Khajuraho. So these are so many problems for getting mines lease also, because of beside our Panna diamond project, we are having the Tiger Reservoir and environmental forest also. That's why for getting clearance from the environmental department is very difficult for mining. So this, due to this waste generation, all the mining industry is getting day by day getting loss and less profits from this one. So here mining waste normally we are using for land requirement for storage, and it is having the environmental pollution also, deforestation. Just like I told that in Panna diamond mines we are having this type of problem, and social problems also we are facing because of in our Beradilla iron ore mines in Chhattisgarh. So the rainwater contains iron and it's getting the red water in this drinking water. So these are so many problems, not only for this type of deforestation on this one, and social problems also getting, community problems also getting for mines. So here, so many problems are there. How to dispose the tailings, and where is the that means place to dump all the tailings also. So these are the so many problems we are having. For that, we should concentrate on the value addition of this mines waste. So here you have to utilize the low grade ores, and you should recover the valuable products from this mines waste, and you should improve our technology for controlling the mines waste in the mining exploration. So here we are having so many process for controlling and getting valuable products from this mines waste. This physical as well as chemical route we are having. Here we are taking this hydrometallurgy route is one of the tools for generating or extracting value-added products from this mines waste. So before that, I will throw the light, because of already hydrometallurgy is there. So for other people, I will give the what is the hydrometallurgy. So extraction of metals or elements from the ores or minerals in aqueous media is called hydrometallurgy. So we are bringing into the solution that particular metal or element into the solution. That solution again we are going to for the precipitation, and the precipitation further followed by the purification. These are some of the process involved in this hydrometallurgy. And so many industries in the Australia and Belgium also we are having this type of industries. I've not gone through this hydrometallurgy principle. These are, you can have the pyrometallurgy, electrometallurgy, and hydrometallurgy are the three subjects in the extractometallurgy. So here you can see the general flow sheet of hydrometallurgy. So this is the anybody can adopt this type of general flow sheet for any extraction of any metals or minerals we can take in this hydrometallurgy. Here you can change the different parameters depending upon the ores or minerals. So these are the some of the leaching methods we are having. This is pressure leaching, in situ leaching. So by applying the pressure, we are extracting that element into the aqueous media. And in situ leaching is the one of the technique for mainly uranium extraction we are using in India. So there very depth we are having small deposits like uranium. That uranium we can extract through this in situ leaching. And different types of agitators also can use for extraction of this material. And also bioleaching is the one of the technique in this hydrometallurgy. That bioleaching you can use for mainly for e-waste. In the e-waste we are having so many metals like platinum, gold, silver. So that also you can use as a bacteria, as a leaching agent, and we can extract that particular metal, because of some of the bacteria is having a habit of eating of some metals only. So some bacteria wants to eat a gold metal, that gold or silver or something. So after extraction of that total element, or we can acid that bacteria, we can extract that metals. So these are some of the plants in bioleaching. So here you can have the heap leaching methods also. So heap leaching methods, why I am giving all the pictures for this, because of in hydrometallurgy or any mining industries, these are some of the waste generation takes place. So here you can have this for nickel and copper extraction. Here we are having at the surface of the mines, we are having the nickel. So there we are pouring that leaching liquor by step-wise. We are cutting that one and we are collecting the leach liquor. After getting that leach liquor, we are going for purification by solvent extraction. And I'm not going to deep for this solvent extraction also, and electro winning. So with this copper extraction can take place. So here I will give the layman understanding of hydrometallurgy. That is, when you dip in the tea bag in your hot water, so that tea flavor you can extract into the water, just like that you are extracting that metal into the liquid. This is the layman understanding of hydrometallurgy. And you can see this in our NMDC, we are having different types of mines. So mainly in Madhya Pradesh, Panna, near Khajuraho, we are having diamond mines. So just now I told that 80,000 carats per annum we are extracting, exploring the diamonds. And Kirandul complex, and that is in Chhattisgarh. Bacheli also we are having high grade iron ore mines. And near Karnataka, Donimalai Kumaraswamy also we are having the iron ore mines. There also we are getting the different huge quantity of tailings and fines also. There we have done a lot of work in this. So you can see this mainly in the NMDC mining waste, kimberlite tailings, blue dust, iron ore tailings, slimes and overburdens. These are the main classification of mines waste generated in NMDC. Not only NMDC, in other iron ore mines also there. But kimberlite is only one company. NMDC is the only company extracting diamonds in India. So no other industries having diamond mines in India. So their kimberlite tailings we are getting. So one by one we are concentrated on this one. That means huge quantity of this. Just I told that for 10 carats, that is 2 grams of diamonds, nearly 100 tons of waste generation takes place in Panna. You can see this. This is our diamond mines at Panna. There you can nearly 100 meters depth where exploration has been taken place. Now we are going to further 20 meters of depth for this extraction. There we are getting high quality of diamonds in this Panna. So there, after digging of this open cast mines, a huge quantity of waste generation takes place. You can see this the waste product we are dumped beside this diamond mines. This is our diamond mines plants. So here you can see this. These are the totally waste. This is kimberlite tailings. So you are not finding the place for further exploration of diamonds. So where you have to dump this waste generation. So we can totally now 20 millions of waste dumped at Panna diamond mines. So you can see this heap of huge quantity of these tailings, and we are very much concentrated on this waste utilization. And near, what is the problem? Why this delay is experienced? So continuation is missing for. Okay, no problem. So beside this Panna, we are having this type of tiger reservoirs. There, people are not allowing for dumping this waste material. So that's why we are facing a lot of environmental issues in this forest area for expansion of our mines. So you can see these beautiful locations of Panna diamond mines, and also we can find some tigers also in this area. So that's why Minister of Forest and Environmental Department is not giving the license for expanding this Panna diamond mines. So these are some of the different problems we are facing in this diamond mines. And here we can have these are some of the diamonds we are extracted from this nearly 35 grams of diamond is highest carats of diamonds were extracted from the Panna. And also in this kimberlite tailings, you can see that chemical composition, actually major constants in this kimberlite tailings is MgO as a serpentine form, that is 23% or something. So more than that one, and silicon dioxide also more than 30% is there, and little bit of titanium is there, around 4%. So we are concentrated to separate this magnesium, silicon dioxide, and aluminum, titanium oxide from this, and we have developed so many high-tech products from this kimberlite tailings. So we are got this patents also for this US and international patents for this process technology, and different applications also we are studied with this material, and we can use, we can concentrate, explore more. That means utilization of this kimberlite tailings. So these are some of the valued products we are recovered from this kimberlite tailings. So this is so here this is our laboratory in our R&D center, Hyderabad. So and also we are concentrated in the iron ore mines, iron ore slimes. So after kimberlite, we are concentrated that one, and this blue dust is the one of the iron ore mines tailing, because of its contents. More than 60% of iron contents, but it is not useful for making steels because of slime structure. When you feeding into directly in blast furnace, inner walls of blast furnace getting fitting with this blue dust. So because of crystalline structure, so you can feed it as a pellet. And as well as a sinter also, by making sinter this blue dust in the steel in making. So here from the blue dust we have developed pigment grade ferric oxide, ultra pure ferric oxide, carbon free sponge iron powder, and nano iron powder from the blue dust. So these are some of the products we have developed from this blue dust. Actually, in pigment, we are having synthetic and that means organic and inorganic pigments. And ultra pure ferric oxide were developed, that is more than 99.9% of purity of iron oxide without contains any impurity. That means less than 50 ppm of impurities are contents in this one. And we are established on pilot scale plant at Vizag also, that is UPFO plant. And we at R&D, we are having carbon-free sponge iron powder. That is, here we are not having a carbon because of some of the pure iron powder. It is not used for making ferrite components when you present in the carbon. That's why we are remove that carbon by hydrogen reduction. We have developed this carbon-free sponge iron powder. And nano iron powder also we have developed from this blue dust, and we got 80 nanometer size of this nano iron powder. That iron powder we are developed, and we are evaluating the application with IMT Bhubaneswar and KIIT Kharagpur for making replacing of lithium ion battery, lithium batteries. And also we are going to develop the sensors from this iron nano powders. So, as I will give the small idea about this pigments, how we are getting pigments. In tomatoes and carrots, you can see that one of the organic chain is there, that is called lycopene. Lycopene is the one of the pigment product in this one. Because of chlorophyll, when you're having the chlorophyll at the initial stage in the tomato, we are getting green tomatoes. After that is converted as a lycopene red pigment. This is a organic structure. So when you're having this so that bronze side ligands, when having this OS group or the other, I am not going to deep in this one subject. This is a totally a very big subject. Because of lutein in yellow egg, we are having this. These are all the pigments. We can extract this pigments from this beta carotene also. You can see this in this capsicum also having different varieties of colors only because of this having pigments. So from this waste vegetables also can extract this pigments by hydrometallurgical route. So these are the some of the because of this organic structure, you can find this type of colors in this fruits or any vegetables. And also some of the organic from beetroots also we are extracting so many synthetic that means pigments also, and leaf also, and some of the flowers contain this one. Even from the banana waste we can have this type of yellow color tinge of pigment. You can have the 3-4 shades of this pigments from this. So in we are giving this silver coated glasses for this one. These are the inorganic pigments from the iron and titanium we are extracted. So here naturally we are getting different types of iron oxide pigments. Naturally we are getting, but synthetically we are developed different types of pigments, and we are applied for this different articles like plastics and tiles also. So these are the blue dust. You can see this higher grade of iron is there, but it is not used for making steel because of lime structure, crystalline structure. So in our laboratory, we have developed this type of pigments from this blue dust. So by adopting the hydrometallurgical route, we are getting this type of different pigment qualities and from the blue dust. Yellowish brown, reddish brown, and maroon brown also. We are compared with the as per IS norms also specification. We are getting these are some of the pigments we are developed from our laboratories, and we are supplied to the Asian Paints also for this getting nearly 100 shades with this one pigment. This is a base material for making different shades of paint. Yeah. So these are the about this one. I can see this nano material. So these are the nano material from the iron ore. We got this one. Average particle size we got 80 nanometer size from this one. So and apart from that, we are developed nano iron titanium also from this iron ore slimes. And also we are got nearly 200 to 300 nanometer size from this slimes. So it is a very high-tech product we have developed. One more product we have developed from this slimes is lean grade iron ores. This is a silicon product we have developed from this lean grade iron ore mines. This is the, you can see this. This is the slimes we are taken from that slimes. We are getting 3 products, that is silica sole and silica gel and silicon powder. This is high quality of silica. This is more than 99.9% of silicon dioxide developed. This product nowadays, now we are importing that one because of the size of the particle of the silica sole or silica gel is less than 200 nanometer size. So in the this is the product can how we are arrived for this material. So these are the, some of the pictures. These are the characterization studies, and you can see this. Don't go for the volume of the extracting or developing the products, and you can have the small product also very good demand in the world also. In US research nano materials also, we are supplied this silicon product that is cost of 25 grams is $35. You can imagine that even small quantity also we are getting so a lot of profit from this waste generation by making this type of value-added products. So these are the, apart from that we are getting some other some more waste generation that is used for making this type of tiles, roof tiles, and developed in this roof tiles from the iron ore slimes, and we are supplied to the different villages at Donimalai area of mining area. And these are the payment blocks also we are developed from this mines waste. So here, this also we are developed from this mines waste. So here, what I am telling that total, that means 100% of waste utilization we can develop through hydrometallurgy, and we can succeed for getting a value-added product from this mines waste generation. I'm not given all the value-added products. These are some of the products I have presented in this one because of time constraint. So thank you very much. This is not only one discipline efforts. We should have the multidisciplinary efforts for this mitigation of this waste generation of utilization of mines waste or any waste, solid waste or e-waste also. Thank you very much.
Just to augment whatever I said, analysis is brought in our country, so they have a huge minds, including the startup, the steel plant, how. So there is a lot of environmental related things are there. There's a lot of scope. So we need wide variety of mines. They not only have in India and abroad. And there is not necessarily that you can find the whole solution, but you have limited solutions and problems. So one of the products that they have made is our particles, which we and I are so that I and I service and we also have it a program where we into various some of these things might be having some. So I just wish that maybe we can interact with this market and because they need of that. Thank you, Dr.
So these are the few products presented in this organ. So many products are developed. If you have anybody interested to know this one, you can just contact and this. I will on the website also, and also I will drop my number and this one. So yes, okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rao, for a very descriptive presentation today. Moving along, I would invite Dr. Subaya for his keynote session. We already had Dr. Subaya as the co-chair of our previous technical session. I would now request her to deliver a talk on recovery of non-ferrous metals and energy materials from industrial wastes.
Good afternoon to all of you. Part of my talk is from the work done at IMMT with my colleagues Dr. Sanjay and other team members, and some of the work done at Indian University also. I will be presenting in my work. The main topic is recovery of non-ferrous metals from secondary resources. And we instead of metals, we are creating extracting energy materials also, which I will be discussing at later stage. Why India scenario? What is the secondary resources? Lack of exploratory primary resources. There is no primary resources of copper. Copper it is there. Nickel and cobalt metals, and some other lithium also. We don't have primary resources. Unutilized secondary resources. So many secondary resources are available throughout India, but people are not utilizing it. When we are extracting the metal from the mine ore or concentrate, it costs more. If we are recovering from secondary resources, price will be economically cheaper. It will become. And with new recently NDA government started with the Make in India, Swachh Bharat, Atmanirbhar Bharat, all these things from 2014 onwards. But IMMT Bhubaneswar had done most of the work. Swachh Bharat utilized of industrial waste started from 1995 itself. And in India, about 40% of lead is recovered from secondary resources. 30% is of zinc, and 15% of copper, and for 10% of aluminum recovered from secondary resources. Now first I will start with tellurium powder from copper refinery anode slate. This work, we have taken the patent also. During copper electrode refining of copper, the anode slime will be produced. This anode slime contains silver, gold, tellurium, selenium, all these things. Much noble metals like gold, silver, tellurium will fall into anode slime, and less noble metals like nickel, iron, all these metals will come into this solution. From this anode slime, we have recovered the tellurium. Throughout the world, only 24,000 tons of ore is available, and most of the tellurium is recovered from secondary resources. And throughout the world, only 450 tons of per year tellurium production. The process which we are going to develop, which we have developed, will be having 60 tons per year plant will be coming by Birla Copper. If we are processing 500 tons of copper ore, only 0.45 tons of kg of tellurium will be produced. And throughout the world, United States is producing 50 tons, Peru 70 tons, 7 tons, Japan 40 tons, Canada 60 tons of tellurium is produced. And the tellurium raw material anode slime contains only 3% of tellurium, about 3%. Copper, lead, and other impurities are there. We have developed a process without losing gold and silver. We have recovered the tellurium. This is the process which we have developed. The unit operations involved are mainly leaching, solid liquid separation, purification, and electrowinning. Solvent extraction, through solvent extraction, we can recover, remove all the impurities, but they don't want, because the company doesn't want a solvent extraction in it, because they don't have experience in solvent extraction. This is the flow sheet. Anode slime will be taken, and through H2SO4 leaching, we will be producing copper metal, and through rain leaching, we will be making lead sulfide, and sodium alkali leaching will be producing high pure tellurium powder. This is the flow sheet for tellurium production. Whatever we have done in lab scale, we have tested the process in bench scale, and the overall recovery of copper is coming 90 to 95%. Lead is 85%, tellurium is 80%, with all purity of 99.8 and 9.9 minimum purity, and power consumption during energy consumption is only 2.2 to 2.5 kilowatt hour per kg of tellurium. We have provided design for 60 tons per annum to the Birla Copper for tellurium production. We have developed a given process flow sheet, material balance, equipment flow diagram, plant layout, equipment specifications, detailed design of critical equipment such as electrolytic cells, anodes, cathodes, busbar designs, etc. Everything we have provided. And with this basic engineering, they have started. They can start their plant. This is the plant layout which we have provided to Birla Copper. And technology highlight is total capital investment is only 20 crores. Total returns at present prices, we are getting around 3.3 crores per annum. Tellurium, when we have developed the process, it is 1.3 crores per ton. Now it is around 40 lakhs per ton. And 22.5 crores we will get from copper itself. Copper price has increased to 8 lakhs per ton, and lead also price has increased. So we are getting with lead and copper itself, plant cost we are getting. Around 25% return on investment will be there if anybody is starting the process with tellurium. And another one, nickel, which is effluent from copper refinery plant. We have recovered from nickel from the copper refinery plant. Around 150 metric cube per day, daily, they are throwing the effluent to the sea. We are recovering that nickel, which is having 3 grams per liter nickel from 150 metric cube per day. We are recovering back this nickel metal. We have developed a process to recover nickel from this solution. This is the applications of nickel. We can use it for coinage. Nickel is required. Nickel hydride batteries, nickel metal hydride batteries, and nickel cadmium batteries. Nickel is required, and ingots also we can do. And steel applications also nickel is required. This is the composition of the effluent which we are having. Only 3 grams per liter nickel is there in this effluent. From 3 grams per liter, we have recovered back almost all the nickel, and all other impurities we have removed. This is the nickel metal which we have produced it. Then some of the technology which we have transferred, this I want to highlight. Recovery of cobalt from cobalt sludge. This we have given to Bhubaneswar Limited, Baroda. And the extraction of zinc and copper from brass ash from Pantnagar fertilizers. Recovery of cobalt from South Africa. This is Shalina Trading Corporation has set up the plant. Recovery of copper and zinc from Spent Catalyst. SK Enterprise Kanpur, they have set up the plant. Recovery of cobalt from BCKIC Lichileka. This is Hindustan Zinc Limited. They have started the plant. Electrolytic regression of ferric to ferrous in phosphoric acid during uranium recovery. These are some of the technologies which has already gone to industry. Actually, we are not concentrated at that time in 90s on the environment side. Our main interest is to start the industries for small scale industries, which we will from waste to wealth creation. We did the work, but simultaneously, we are it is environmentally also we are free. We can do it. First, cobalt metal is used in super alloys, arc facing alloys, batteries, magnets, and other things. Total 1,000 tons of cobalt metal is required. Out of the 600 tons is metal is produced from the process developed by our IMMT and our team members, and residues, slags, and sludges. They brought it from imported, and we have developed the technology. These are the uses of cobalt metal. Gas turbines, you can use it, nuclear power plants, engine walls, everywhere cobalt metal is required. This is the flow sheet which we have developed for cobalt process, and scrap, whatever it is coming, we have dissolved it, impurity removal, then cobalt hydroxide, we have prepared it, then leaching, solvent extraction, we have done it, and electrowinning of cobalt metal we have done. Now present price of cobalt is around 45 lakhs per ton. Even small plant will give a lot of profit. Fixed capital is around 4.7 crores and working capital 9.37 crores. Total capital investment is around 14 crores. This is required for 600 tons per year plant. We have given the basic and detailed engineering for 300 kgs per day plant, and they expanded themselves. Now they are producing a 2 tons per day plant. Not only they are producing in India, the same technology they have set up in plant. They set up in Congo also. This is the cobalt plant from laboratory scale, bench scale, pilot scale. Everything we have provided. Even after setting up the plant also, we have given post-advanced consultancy we have provided. He is there you can see MD of the company, Mr. Atul Dalmia. This is Shiraj Virji. He from UK. He has asked us to start a project on cobalt carbonate from cobalt sludge. We have developed a process to Shalina Trading Corporation, and cobalt carbonate with 47% cobalt, 3% nickel. We have given the process, and the same people, they have set up the same similar plant apart from Mumbai. They set up in Congo also. And Hydromet India Limited, Mr. Mani, he set up a plant, 1,200 tons per annum nickel plant, and we are in IMMT. We have processed around 4 tons of material. We processed in lab scale, pilot scale. We have tested it, and this plant has come. Apart from this, Nicomet India also we have started this plant, nickel plant, from nickel secondary waste materials, mainly spent catalysts. Zinc and Pantnagar fertilizers, they are producing zinc sulfate as a fertilizer. Instead of producing fertilizers, they want to produce zinc metal that will give more profit. Then we have given the design to produce copper and zinc from zinc ash and brass ash and zinc dross, and 100 tons per annum copper and zinc, and 30 tons per annum copper. They are producing it at Pantnagar Fertilizers Limited, and minimum 20% return on investment is there. Copper now price is 8 lakhs. Zinc is also around 2.5 lakhs per ton is there. Even this is the first project which we have done, which we have taken from lab scale to the commercial plant. They are having the raw material contains around 40% copper, 40% zinc, and we developed a process to SK Enterprises Kanpur, very small plant, even 75 tons per annum copper and 75 tons per zinc. This plant has come from a very small plant, and the plant we produced both copper and zinc. He is myself and MD of the company is MA English. Without any technical knowledge, he started his project. And a heavy water board, they are producing uranium. When during uranium extraction, phosphoric acid, when they are using it, they want ferric to ferrous reduction. We have given the 10,000 liters per hour solvent extraction plant. Electrowinning cells we have provided, which is 3,000 liters per capacity plant electronic cells. Dr. Sanjay and myself, our team, we have given the complete design for electrowinning cell designs, and almost biggest plant, largest diaphragm cells in India. This is the largest diaphragm cells. Coming to energy materials, we have worked on electrolytic manganese dioxide, nickel hydroxide, barium titanate, and other things. Electrolytic manganese dioxide, low-grade manganese ore, we have used the raw material. Low-grade nickel ore, from there we can make nickel hydroxide, and effluent copper refinery also we can make nickel hydroxide. Barium titanate, low-grade ores, barite ores are available in Andhra Pradesh. This work I have done after my retirement. Electrolytic manganese dioxide, mainly it is used for primary batteries. It is relatively inexpensive and shows good performance over a large number of range of temperatures, high nominal voltage, low self-discharge, eco-friendly, and can be disposed safely. When compared to BIS specifications, our material is giving better quality. Even 90% MnO2 is coming with less than 3% moisture content, which is required. Particle size also passing through 92%, 75 micron size. And whatever we have done it, we tested the material at Hyderabad Batteries Limited, and material is giving high discharge capacity. This is the chemically we have produced the nickel hydroxide, and both electrochemically we produce nickel hydroxide, and both the routes we have taken the patent. This is electrochemical production of nickel hydroxide. This is nickel hydroxide, we have taken the patent. Some of Dr. K. Misra is also colleague of ours, working now in KIIT. The same material we tested HBl knife after 10 cycles also is they require 135 milliampere hour per gram. Our material is having much higher than that 135 milliampere per gram, which is required for nickel cadmium batteries and nickel metal hydride batteries. In India, 95% of barite ore is available in Andhra Pradesh only, and AP Mineral Development Corporation is almost all the barite ores is available with them, and barite is used for oil industry and Indian oil and Reliance industry. They are using it. The waste barite ore, which is not required for, which is not suitable for oil industry, that waste they are throwing it. We can get 1,500 rupees and 2,000 rupees per ton. From that, we can make barium titanate. That barium titanate cost is 13 lakhs. Any small scale industry person then can start this industry. This product is also very good quality. We have taken a patent for barium titanate production from barite ores, and this is used for micro antenna applications, electrolytic capacitors applications. This we can use it. And these piezoelectric transducers also we can use. Thermoelectricity we can use it. This is the barium titanate barite ores in Andhra. Kadapa region is there. Micro antenna test we have done it. This is SEM photograph, and this is the process flow sheet for barium titanate from barite ores and barite waste material. And when compared to literature value, that our dielectric constant of the material is coming very high, 23,000. When compared to other literature values, 1,700 from the from ore material. This is XRD data, barium titanate, which confirms the data. Another project which we have done recently is production of biodiesel and cosmetic application from soap nut oil from soap nut seeds. This soap nut seeds, soap nut is there. Upper portion, one private party in Andhra Pradesh is producing upper portion powder he is making. From that powder, he is selling it, local market he is selling. This small scale industry person is removing that black seeds, and that black seeds is throwing it. From that waste material, we have recovered biodiesel oil. This can be applied for making shampoo and soaps also. Under inside the black material, you will be having kernel, which is having 30% oil. Generally, people are making biodiesel from algae and other seeds, which is having a very less quantity of oil. That is having only 7 to 10% oil, but this material is having 30% oil. This is the biodiesel which we have produced. This is the conclusion. The utilization of waste for value addition improves the economics of the overall process and reduces the environmental pollution. Technologies for transport, for commercialization to recover copper, nickel, cobalt, and zinc metals, and materials like cobalt carbonate from industrial waste materials. The technology of tellurium production from anode slime is the CSIR's landmark achievement. An improved process has been developed for the preparation of nickel hydroxide, both chemical and electrochemical goods. Electrolytic manganese dioxide produced from waste material is giving high discharge capacity. Barium titanate is one of the promising process for scale-up. My sincere thanks to Dr. Prashant Singh and Dr. Mrityunjay Saur, Dr. Suresh Tripathi, Dr. Sanjay, and thanks also to the management of Vigyan University. Thank you all. With all this work is not by single person. This is a teamwork. Most of my scientists, whoever is in the hydrometallurgy department, whatever the project we are getting, all the people will be involved. We are developing the process. We'll take the process, test it in bench scale and pilot scale, then commercialize the process. We'll see whatever we are developing, it sees the light of the day. Thank you very much. If you are having any doubts, please ask.
They are also very precious. We are going for EVs, especially we are talking about CO2 emissions like around 1.5. So with all this requires a lot of metals. So metals are provided and ceramics are not processed. We are going back as an energy resource, and I am sure that some of these technologies which are not existing, government can bridging the gap of energy requirements and making this. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Subhaya, for your very wonderful presentation. Moving along, I would invite Dr. Lakshmi Raghupati for our next keynote session. Dr. Lakshmi has joined us virtually. I hope, Dr. Lakshmi, you can share your presentation. Let me give a brief. Dr. Lakshmi.
Dr. Lakshmi, can you hear us? We'll just give her a call.
Hello. Am I audible? Because the voice from that side is not audible for me. Hello. Hello. The voice is not audible from that side, and it is from last half an hour before the last presentation.
Hello.
Hello. Must be there is some technical issue. Voice is breaking. It's a clear voice.
Ma'am, this is Dr. Manish Kumar. Can you listen?
I could hear your name only, and again you are like I'm not able to hear you.
Ma'am, can you hear me now?
Yes, now I can hear you.
Okay, okay. Yeah, ma'am. Last presentation, I also could not listen. I don't know. There is some technical issue going on.
Yeah, before the last presentation, there was some call to someone, and I could hear the name only. And before that, and after that, I was not able to hear whom you were calling. And I was not even able to hear the last presentation.
Yes, 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 ma'am. I think they should do some technical correction. Ma'am, I have shared my presentation. Is it visible to you?
Yeah, it is visible to me, but now you are like audible to me as well.
Let me. Hello.
Hello. Hello. Again, voice is not audible.
Hello.
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 Hello. I can hear you, Manish sir.
Yeah, I don't know. Should I go presenting my slides, or I should get to know everybody is listening or not?
You should first take a consideration because I am also a participant, and I don't know whether they have called my name or something, and I have no clue about that.
Dr. Manish,
Hello.
am I audible to you?
Yeah, your voice is echoing, ma'am.
Now?
Now it is better, but echoing. Can you hear me now, ma'am?
Yeah.
Should I go for presentation, ma'am?
Dr. Manish?
Yeah, I can hear you, ma'am. Tell me.
Yeah, we can hear you.
So should I go for presentation, ma'am? Okay, okay. So, good evening, everyone. This is Dr. Manish Kumar presenting before you on a very critical topic related to agri-waste management, in fact, and we have listened about the metal and plastic waste, but let us hear about the agricultural waste management, which is causing several environmental problems for all of us. Especially we are listening it in are required for organic agriculture, and we all are knowing that natural animal and plant system and farming is without artificial fertilizer. So agro waste we can derive several kind of like manure and farmer yard manure, compost and biochar, on which I am working. So organic farming consists of vermicompost, green leaf manure,
Dr. Manish?
it is reflected here that how biochar will be important for soil system, and biochar is a part of sustainable development goal as a part of pest management. So once again, there are different kind of pyrolysis method, fast pyrolysis, intermediate pyrolysis, slow pyrolysis, along with gasification, and we can prepare the biochar. Mainly several companies worldwide, they are already trading in the biochar or a specific product, and it shows that there is a good economic viability of the biochar in the future. And this is the global market. We can see that $4.47 billion biochar market will be seen as a total of 6.26. Biochar will be produced by different methods and strategy.
Kindly use your slide also. Use your PowerPoint also. Move your PowerPoint. We can see. We can see your screen.
Sure. Is it not moving, sir? There?
No, we can't see.
Manish, if we have your presentation, we can share it from our end. Okay. You just say next and we will work.
Okay.
That is better.
Zoom.
Yeah, that's
I'm extremely sorry for this technical mistake. Maybe I am not far away from this, so extremely sorry for that.
Zoom is also this is screen sharing. This one, no? Come later. Yes, it takes 3 seconds.
Yes, now it is visible. So you can keep on going. You already have that environment is important for organic agriculture. One of the components is biochar. Next page, please. So I've already defined that what is organic farming and how it is related to organic agriculture and what is the core of organic agriculture. That is, we need to look into a holistic manner. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So components of organic agriculture like vermicomposting, green leaf manure, crop rotation, biofertilizer, these all are components of organic farming. Next slide, please. Next slide, please.
So we have this one. Shall I change the slide?
So yeah, you can change the slide. There are 4 types of organic farming. The definitions are given in natural farming, biodynamic farming, and eco farming. And there are slight in Sri Lanka, it need to be emphasized that they have adopted 100% organic farming recently. So this need to be emphasized for a country scale organic farming. They have emphasized upon. Next slide, please. Next. So these are the inputs, and you can see here that even bone meal and alpha meal, liquid kale, these all products are part of organic farming, and they are linked to the agro residue utilization. Next slide, please. So on the topic we are working is biochar, and can we regard it as a organic input, and what is the prospect of biochar? Next slide. Next slide. So biochar is simply a charcoal-like material that is used for agriculture purpose. It produced due to pyrolysis, and generally heating of any biomass in absence of oxygen result in and especially for agriculture purpose. Next slide, please. So different agricultural feedstock can be converted into biochar, and during the pyrolysis, bio-oil and biogas are also generated. So there are ample opportunity to use agricultural residue and agricultural waste for the biochar production. Next slide, please. Next slide. So different literature highlights that biochar can be used as an organic fertilizer, and basically they are derived from agricultural residue. So there are ample opportunity to convert this agricultural residue for a biochar fertilizer. Next slide, please. So this is a pictorial depiction that biochar has different properties, especially porous structure, alkaline pH, different functional too, and they really help in improving the overall soil productivity. Next slide, please. So pictorially, it has been shown here. Next slide, please. That how biochar influence the soil. And this biochar production and utilization of agro residue is part of sustainable development goal, because we can tackle several issues related to human society, and it is a bigger commitment from waste to wealth. Next slide, please. So this slide reflects that biochar can be produced through slow pyrolysis method, fast pyrolysis method, and it can generate different quantity of bio-oil, biochar, and syngas. So it also needs the energy system. Next slide, please. So the biochar marketing is also gained momentum in recent time, and so many international companies are playing lead in trading the biochar product, which is a great motivation for utilizing agro residue for biochar production. Next slide, please. So this slide reflects about the biochar market, and it is an impressive market in the future. Next slide, please. So biochar can be produced by different methods, starting from your pit method to industrial scale pyrolysis unit method. And therefore, the different economic scale can be utilized for biochar production. Next slide, please. So at IMD, we are doing biochar related research. Next slide, please, which I will be emphasizing more. We are basically, our main intention is to produce nutrient-rich biochar, utilizing different waste resources. and nutrient-rich biomass resources. Next slide, please. So it is schematic diagram. And in our lab, we have developed potassium-induced biochar from banana peduncle. Next slide, please. So why we have taken banana peduncle? Because banana peduncle is not utilized properly. There are several utilization prospects for banana pseudostem and other part, but banana peduncle is not targeted in yield. So we have chosen banana peduncle to produce potassium-induced biochar. Next slide, please. So banana being grown in 135 countries and its volume is very high, especially in tropical countries. So it is one of the important input for producing potassium in the biochar, and it can be produced at several locations. Next slide, please. So this is the collection of banana peduncle from Bhubaneswar. Our journey had started from Bhubaneswar fruit market, and that we collected the sample from different depending on Bhubaneswar city. Next slide, please. And drying is one of the major challenges, because drying by natural drying, sun drying is possible only in the summer season, and it required large area also for drying the biomass. So this problem is very important. Try to develop solar dryer for drying purposes. Next slide. So banana peduncle are shredded, powdered, and then pyrolyzed to produce potassium-rich biochar. Next slide, please. This is the tube furnace which are utilized for production of banana biochar. Next slide, please. And in a nutshell, the outcome of the characteristics of banana peduncle biochar is it contains around 25% of potassium when it is produced from plasma pyrolysis. On average, we get 6 to 10% of potassium in banana biochar produced from different methods. Next slide, please. So this is the FTIR and SCM image which reflect the porosity in the biochar for water retention. Next slide, please. Which helps in retaining the water in the soil. Next slide. So this slide reflects about the mechanism how potassium-induced biochars are formed, and a comparative table is given reflecting potassium urate and biochar. We can get 200 biochar we can produce from a 1 hectare of area. Next slide, please. With the help of Professor Paul Anderson, who visited from USA, we developed a low cost kiln method for producing biochar for a farmer's field at a farmer field level. So this will change the scenario of biochar production from banana waste. Next slide, please. And this is calculation about how much banana based biochar can be produced. And in India, from 858,000 hectares, we can get 0.068 metric ton of biochar per year in India. Next slide, please. And our technology has been licensed to a partner recently, and he is going to trade our product, potassium induced biochar. So hopefully it will be in market. Next slide, please.
Sir, sorry to interrupt you, but due to your time constraints, request you to please wrap up the presentation.
Yeah. And this is one of the utilization of agricultural waste. Next slide, please. Within the kill waste. Next slide. It is only 2 or 3 slides left. And cook stove also. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So there are different routes of producing nutrient-enriched biochars. Next slide, please. Next slide. And a Vietnamese company is producing biochar from rice husk. Next slide, please. Rice is one of the important crop in India also. So we look forward for industrial development. Next slide. Some field trials also we are undertaking at IMMT for biochar application. Next slide, please. And this is the different waste resource limitation of biochar progress in India. Next slide. So we have to take care of tailor-made biochar approach. Next slide. Next slide, please. Please go ahead. So thank you. Thanks for giving me opportunity. Sorry for regret for the inconvenience due to the technical reason.
Thank you. Thank you, sir, for the presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Manish.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you for helping me, sir.
Yeah, congratulations for successfully complete. We'll have questions later. Okay. Good that you completed.
Sir.
Ben.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Bye.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, with this I think we'll end the session.
So we'll just felicitation ceremony. Sir, our speakers.
So I would like to thank all the speakers, keynote speakers today for giving a wonderful presentation. And I would request our chairperson, Dr. Sanjay, to felicitate all our speakers. Dr. Rao. Thank you so much, sir. Yes. So thank you all our dignitaries. Thank you, Sanjay sir. Yes. Yes, sir. So we'll absolutely, yes, sir. So we'll have a tea and networking session now. So I would request all the dignitaries and attendees to please have tea and snacks. Simultaneously, I would request all the oral presenters to meet us in conference room number 3. So those who are presenting live today in person, please gather in room number 3. Thank you. And 1. So conference room number 3 and conference 1. Okay. So there's a change. Please gather in conference room number 1. Yeah. Thank you, everybody.